Okay, we are live. Okay, need to pop out the chat. This. Okay. You've got this posted everywhere. Alright. It's 10 a.m., man. It's a bit of an early stream for me. I usually stream a little bit later in the day, but I didn't really have much to do today at all. I was thinking about playing a different game or doing some calculus, but just wasn't feeling super into it this morning. I'll probably do some calculus later today, but I don't know. I just wasn't feeling like waking up and immediately getting to work on calculus. It's not like I'm not a fan of calculus, though. I'm a huge fan. Love it a lot. I'm still gonna do it. I just, I don't know, because it's like getting on the road to being just doing calculus for an entire day. And I don't know. I feel like that's something I could easily be sucked into, and then I just not do anything else. And I feel like that's probably not for the best. The deleting part of this is the worst. At least if I were doing the wiring part that I still have left, it'd be kind of fun. Currently, it just sucks. Because I'm just spending like 5-10 seconds for every single item that I have to delete, and there's still like a lot. It's worth considering not deleting stuff after a certain like extent here. Like the stuff that's hard to delete, I'll at least put off for a while. So, let's see how this goes. I mean, it's evident that when this build is finished, it's going to take forever to run anything at all. It's not really terrible, though. Actually, before we keep on keeping on, I want to see if I can't find out how I set up the display for this again. So now that I have somewhere... Yeah, that's math. 1 is x2 over 2. Sorry, I'm just getting a little bit into math. 32 plus 35. It's true, I suppose. That is for Satisfactory. I really should get back to Satisfactory at some point soon. I was planning on playing it today. But I don't know, just getting to that sort of work right in the morning isn't my sort of thing at this point. It's more math and some logic, but not much. That was when I was playing Dishonored. That's more math. 30k to the 5th and 50k. No 15ks. Oh, yeah. That was when I was doing game theory. Or no. Yeah. Okay. No, that was logic. It was math and logic, but it was... So I think it was? So it's not game theory. I was doing game theory at some point. That was forever ago, though. It was genuinely in, like, mid-sophomore year. And that's just back to where I was. That's more logic. None of the logic that I need, though. It doesn't describe any of this. It's interesting, though, to see that I have the numbers written out there. That... Not sure what that is. That is trig. It's trig. That is Taylor series, and that is... Again, Taylor series. So it's not... Or actually, wait. I didn't check the entire notebook. I only checked a portion of it. Okay. We still got some considerable part of this notebook. Oh, whoa. This stuff has... This notebook has actual, like, meaningful... I mean, it has a ruler in it. It's crazy. Alrighty. Whoa. That's something that I can't share here. That... I have no clue what this is. It's a dropper, though, so it might have been when I first started doing logic. I think that was. Whoa. Because this is when I didn't even have, like, good notation. Well, I had notation for it, and it was decent, but it wasn't, like, functional. And I actually made it, like, quite nicely, I think, as far as I can tell here. But it totally wasn't worth it. It was not helpful. That's interesting. Yeah, this is when I first started doing logic, because this is when I was doing stuff for Patrick. Then when I tried to make something for Patrick, and then when I was trying to make something with Patrick. This is all Patrick builds, and then this was rock, paper, scissors before I even made rock, paper, scissors. And that might have been a try at tic-tac-toe. Interesting. This is when I wrote down all the notation I would be using, even though it was not great. And these are all of the truth tables. And this is some circuits that probably aren't worthwhile to work with. That was something that my dad wanted me to do. That was when I was first making the vending machine. That was when I was playing the Assassin's Creed games. That was some logic that never ended up working out. Whoa! That was my counter design. I did in fact make, which is rad. No clue what this is. 7, 1 to 6, and 8. 2, 3. So it's 8 of those. So presumably 2 to 8 is for 1. 1 and 3 to 8 is for 2. Okay, so that's probably something related to a display, I feel. And this is the best solving combinations for yeah, okay, this is the best solving combinations for screen game. And I think that's back to the display stuff. That's more logic that I never used. More logic I never used. I still think that's logic, but I think that was math. And it's more logic. Okay. And then this is a description of work, I guess. Oh, yeah, okay, so this is when I was converting the letters to binary for this build. I'm gonna keep trying to keep up with deleting stuff. Which means that we should actually be getting closer to where I actually have the stuff for this. And this was a circuit that I never used, and some other logic stuff. Actually, that is the binary to letter conversion thing. That's it again. It's funny. That is not... I think that's actually a basic level design of what I was going to do for this. I think that's what it was supposed to... Yeah, I think so. This is when I was playing GTA. Okay. This was stupid. Albeit, I think this actually is... yes, I do believe that this is the page that I need, even though I have desecrated it. Okay, this is a better page to look at. Then we get back to math. That's when I first tried to make a signature for myself. That is back to math, and that is still more math. That's factorials, that's pretty cool. I did work with factorials a little bit. This is sad, but... okay. This is what I actually care about currently. I'm gonna toss a pen in here so that I know where my actual, like, last page I left off at was. And for right now, we're just gonna have to later work with this stuff, which I suppose... I'm gonna suppose that I went up like this and then over like that, and so it's just in the order of this, and then I kind of have to decode which one of these is which, because it's 1 is the bottom, 2 and 3 are the left bottom and left top, 4 and 5 are left diagonal bottom, left diagonal top, 6 is bottom middle, 7 is left middle, 14 is right middle, I think, 13... oh, well, I should just go to 8. 8 is top, 9 is right bottom, 10 is right top, 11 and 12 are diagonal right bottom and diagonal right top, 13 is middle top, and 14 is middle right, and I think that's the thing. Also, these wires are not deleting, I think, which is weird. Never encountered that issue before. There we are. Okay, it was confusing, perplexing even. Okay, well, I figured this out. And this also is just all the ramblings that I was working on when I was trying to optimize this project, where I quit with that method and then I went for this method, and then I quit with that method too because it wasn't good enough. Because the letters overlap so much, I was actually able to connect some letters to other letters. Like, A connects into H, B and D are connected to I, E connects back to C, G connects to C, P goes to F, Q goes to O, R goes to P. So I was able to save like a considerable amount of wires just doing that. But nonetheless, it's still like a very, very expensive project. Been streaming for 15 minutes already and we haven't made like any progress. This is so sad. I hate having to do work on this build, but I only have one data size to work with, and I really don't want to see how that goes if I try to finish the build with that. Because, I mean, at the very least, with any luck, I won't have to bring any more wires over, but that's probably not gonna work out for me, because I mean, I might just have to start grabbing them from the floor. Because I have, what, 17 of these, and each of them will need 14 wires, so it's 17 by 14, and I need to multiply that by at least 2. 17 by 14, 170, 85. 170, 85, 255 minus 17, 255 minus 17, 250 minus 12, 238. So I'll need 238 wires times 2. So I'll need, well, 476. That's not fun. 476 wires at least to finish up with the display. Plus I have wires that I need over here because I have to finish up connecting all of these, which is going to suck a lot, but that's okay. Well, we'll get to that battle when we get to it. Yes, we need like 500 wires, which is probably at least like 2 more trucks than we have here. Which also is so terrible, dude, because that wiring is going to take forever, and it's not even, it's going to be super boring, just like deleting stuff. You know, just like what I have to do right now. And also, like, there's no way, dude, because that's gonna, that entire part of this display itself is going to be like an entire data size. That's crazy. I mean, like, 10 data size come from just this part. At least 10. It's probably like the major part of the data size for this entire thing. It's just like this one part of it and all the wires coming off of it is probably like 15 data size. I would imagine that this entire portion is like 1, and then this combined with all of the memory is like another 1. I feel like we genuinely have, or maybe like 1.5. So we have like 3 between this, and this, and then we just have 15 right here. I mean, I could totally check if I were to go, not like check, but get some understanding if I were to go to the past recordings of the build. But I mean, it's just like visual. If you look at it, you can tell that there's a lot of data size just put into these wires. I mean, like, this is probably, this is like a lot of wires. This is like thousands. Because, you know, you'd think, okay, well, there's, if it was 1 wire going between all of these, then it'd be okay. No, let's look for wire connections in here. Yeah, like right there. Every single one of these, like the ones that go further, genuinely consume like 10 wires a piece, dude. It's insane. And I was gonna do even more. I mean, to be fair, it wasn't so bad with the rest of them because they were over here instead of all piled up over there. So it would have been like alright-ish, but it still wouldn't have been good. Like, it would have been a horrible experience. I mean, kind of like how this is going to be when I finally get back to it. I mean, I've got 5 times 27, so 135 wires here, which isn't so bad actually, but you should probably multiply that by 2, so 270. So like 270 wires here, and like the problem with that is that as I wire more and more of them, it gets more like inconvenient to wire the next one, partially because I have to stand on the wires of the last one, but also just because, like, I mean, it's further up. And then also, I'll probably have to pick up the wire and then wire it looking like this, because I can't really get into this compartment here anymore. I mean, I can-ish, but like right there is a block. It happens on both sides, so I might have to do them by side. Oh, we do actually have more wires right here. That's nice. But like, oh yeah, see, this is entirely blocked off right here. And so that sucks, but I also have to do it like procedurally. Like, I can't, and I mean, I'm not awfully sure of how I'll do this now, because that sucks. I may have to do alt glitching to try and get this to work. It's whatever, I guess. I'll probably just do rows so that I don't have to worry about going throughout all of it, like every single, like, because I do the entire thing for one and then the entire thing for the other, and I feel like it's just gonna be easier if I do the 4th row and then the 5th and then the 6th and then the 7th and then the 8th, and then we'll be all good. We do have 8 here. Also, new wire box sucks. Not a fan at all. It's just got a smaller diameter of the wires. Also, I'm thinking, I'm not sure if I'm going to delete part of this. I think that I probably should. You know, no, I kind of have to. So I'll probably end up deleting the 3 nearest, or I might just disconnect them from the rest of the build. I'm not awfully, well, actually I could do that first and I'll know what I can delete, because I'm worried about deleting stuff that I can't. So I suppose that's what I'll do. I'll probably just like trace the wires and disconnect them from the other ones, and then I'll just remove these, because if I don't remove them, then it allows you to count too high. Also, like, we have a meaning for space here, which is nice. Space is just the bottom bar, I think, is what I made it, which is good. Yeah, okay. Space connects back in like that. Yeah. At least I tried to make the wires good for this. I've tried to optimize it as much as possible, regardless of whether it really turned out well or not. All things considered, actually, I kind of want to do a full reset here, so that when I'm deleting stuff, it's a bit easier to tell what's going on, I guess. Oh, I was going to say if buttons work, but apparently they do. The game does not seem to like processing information right now. See, and that's weird. I suppose that maybe... Dude, look at how long an input stays on for, dude. Everything genuinely takes like 5 seconds, dude. It's crazy. It makes me worried for like if I do a more complex project, like if I try to make like Doom or something. I'm worried. Okay, see, that did turn off. Okay, it was supposed to turn off. That is interesting. How did I make this work? What does this do? So, the delay waits and then turns off the first one, which is completely fair. The full delay also runs back there to turn those off, and we know that it runs up here to turn these off. Yeah, see, it does run back there. But it also runs right over here. No, that shouldn't be true. I mean, that is true, though. It does go right there, which is odd. Oh! Dude, that's so smart, though. Whoa. That's actually awesome, dude. That's so rad. Oh man, it's actually a great way to do that system. I mean, if you have it to where it makes sure that nothing from before is on in the counter, then you can just turn on the last one and then turn off the rest. That's actually really, really cool. That's why it turns on the last one. Which means that if I actually do delete some of this stuff, I have to drag it to the next one's over. I have to drag it to this guy. But I mean, that's super duper cool. And I mean, I'm really, really glad that I recognized that system now, because if I didn't, then I would end up having to deal with it later. And that would not have been fun. I'm not a huge fan of having to deal with stuff like that. I'm learning more and more about how old me used to think. So I mean, this was done like 2 years ago, dude. This was like a long time ago when I made this fart. Cheapers. But it appears as if, well, really, I'll just need to move this back by 3, so I would delete these 3, I'd delete these 3, and then that'd be fine. It'll be interesting to recall how that circuit works so I can delete the stuff if I get there. I kind of have to get there now that I know that it's like integral to. Unless I just leave it connected and imagine no one will ever try to run more than I can. But the goal of this is to optimize it as much as possible. At this point, that is. So I kind of have to remove extra parts. I might not remove the more annoying wires, though. We'll see. You know, I swear, like, when I first did this project, when I was first working on it, I could have sworn that the wires did not take this long to update. Man. Could have sworn. And also now I'm worried, like, with every time that I reload this, it's scary, because it's very possible that these start connecting into each other. I don't think they have yet, but it's still, like, worrisome. Or, perhaps they did. No, okay, never mind. I thought that was a connection into them. See, this was, like, a bad way to do it. That was a terrible choice. Was not very smart to do it that way. But every time I reload it now, it's like there's a chance that I'll never get the correct letter out, and I might have to redo this entire system again, which is something I had to redo, you know, when I first started this project, and it took me like 2 hours. But nowadays, I would have to delete a bunch of stuff, and it would take probably like 5. So we're hoping that is not the case. Also, I'll be testing. Well, depending on how much I want to do, I might end up testing it entirely. It depends on the first message I want to do, because I was originally planning to make it say something in regards to Aptyn or myself, but I'm not so much of a narc, or rather a narcissist, because narcs are prison people that snitch, but it's kind of like a kind of narc because it's a narcissistic thing to do, I guess, but I'm not much of a narcissist. I like to reckon. I don't really want to do anything for Aptyn. Not for any particular reason that I'll give. With any luck, though, I'll test it kind of thoroughly and we'll see how it works. I probably won't be streaming or recording when anyone else tests it, with the exception of people that I know won't put anything inappropriate on it. So, a number of people have no way that they're going to be, well actually even they might record it, so I probably just won't let anyone that I don't like seriously trust do anything with this. Kind of like the open sign, because the open sign does have, as we figured out in the stream, there are a few ways to write stuff on there, which is interesting, actually. It's very, very interesting to think of that as a method to write stuff. I could have done something like that instead of this, but the only issue with doing something like that is that it's intentionally not running all at once. So I would have the placements stored, and I would have what's in those placements stored, and then that'd be the only difference between that and this. They'd have the exact same like amount. It'd actually probably have more components than this to do that. It'd be cool to have like a side scroller thing for text, but there's no way to make that configurable because that would suck. A side scroller would be okay though. I think that'd be like pretty cool actually. I could investigate text that scrolls. It's not so bad. I mean, I just have to say where the text would be on the screen, and then every tick just run it backwards. Run it to the last one. K, I suppose. You know, I'm gonna have to get some wood on here, which means that I'll probably have to load up an alt that has wood on it at some point, and just grab wood from there, because we've run out of birch wood on here, and we're gonna need wood when we do the display, because to make the display as little with as little wires as possible, it's gonna be a little difficult. I'm gonna have to place words. I'm gonna have to, over each of these, really, I'm gonna have to get as close to these as possible. I'm gonna have to place a large floor over each one of them. Not a large floor, but let's see, because the large floor is too wide, it covers almost 2. Yeah, see, like, this is nice-ish that I'm able to do that, but I don't think that I'm able to do that for every single, or actually I might be able to do that for every single, I am able to do that for every single one of these. That's right. It's awesome. That's great. And I only really have to be worried about this one if it were higher stacked, but it isn't, so we're okay. But I think that I'd actually have to do, like, for every single one of these, if I wanted to make it specifically one, I'd do one of the smooth walls, but I don't really care about it being specifically one. It can be as large as it needs to be. Just want it to work. I could also use a smooth wall rotated. Have it like that one off, but it would mean that it doesn't extend as far out, which doesn't really matter. I mean, I don't necessarily want to cover up my logic, but I also don't really care not to. And this might not be enough for the display in general. Speaking of that, actually, it's going to kind of suck to do this, so I'm probably going to have it elevated just a little bit as well. Because, like, some of it, we just imagine with the large floor here. like, if I have it like that, then it's possible that a lot, like maybe half or more of each display unit will just be over the wires for it, but then the other half is going to be over the NOT gates, which means I'd have to glitch it. So probably just going to erase it above. I mean, I'm already going to be doing glitching anyways, so that I can get wires through the floor. But I just don't want to have any like extra terrible stuff going on. So I'm probably going to use a floor. I'll just get there when we get there, I guess, though. Uh, 35 minutes of streaming and still nothing. It feels like very little is getting done. Supposedly, this build is supposed to take 20 more hours, which, if I want to get a good estimate, then, well, we've got these two and this left to do. I want to say that since we've deleted in a half hour one of these, and it'll probably take another half hour per one of these, it's probably going to be another 2.5 hours. So that's 2.5 right there. And then I want to say this will probably take half an hour to an hour to delete that stuff. So let's just say 3.5. And I have to wire all this stuff, which is going to be around 200 wires, which at like 10 seconds is kind of a lot. Not too much, but it will take more time than 10 seconds per each of these wires. So we're at 3.5. I'm gonna say that's gonna at least bring it up an hour and a half. So probably around 5 hours. And then the display is about 500 wires plus some extra work there. So I want to say it's probably gonna be just making sure that all the wires are connected correctly. Is probably gonna be between 2 and 5 hours. We're gonna go high and we're gonna say 10. And then bringing signals over from other plots is probably going to be the simplest part of getting this done, because it's just like taking a signal in, and I guess that I would probably want to lock it after a moment, and then only take a signal back in after the thing is supposed to be entirely processed, so I detect when any of those goes in, and then I'd lock it with a delay until when it should be fully processed, and then I'd let them send in another. But with my supposition, that's probably only going to be like an hour. So I'm going to say it's probably going to be at least another like 10-hour build. Most of that being held in the display at this point. We're actually pretty close to done. But bug fixing could take anywhere from like an hour to 5 hours, depending on what bugs I find immediately. Because in terms of bugs, we've either got, you know, nothing, or we have got, you know, a major system is going to not work, because, like, at this point, there's no fixing it if any of these ones are wired wrong. There's no way. However, when it comes down to it, these guys basically can't be wired wrong. These guys also really can't be wired wrong at all. These guys are what I'm super worried about. These guys were all wired right before, and they're probably still all wired good. And I mean, this is all like obvious stuff. We already know that. So it's not. I mean, and this is, we already know this is good. We already know that this stuff is good, the delete and full delete. So really, all that I have to worry about is this right here. These are the only bugs that I could ever be worried about fixing, because the build entirely won't work if that is broken. Which I suppose is like a terrible, terrible thing. But I can't really circumvent that being a problem. So probably about 20 hours left on this build, which I've been saying since like 2 years ago. Because I mean, I started this build and it took me around 100 hours to get all this stuff done. And now we're at the Well, I mean, really, I don't know if this is the hardest hours, because when I was doing this stuff, it was terrible. Like, it was actually painful to do, rather than just tedious. Like, now I'm just contained in tedium. But when I was doing all that stuff, it was genuinely, like, an hour for every single one of those. So it was about 17 hours of just doing that, if not more, really. I think that some of the later ones started to take me 2 or so hours. So it's probably like 30 hours of this build just in that, maybe. Plus all the like consideration that I had to do for it. But it was a lot of work there. I mean, I had to do a lot of deleting back then as well. But I feel like that was the most just like painful part of it, because it was kind of tedious, but at least there was like new stuff going on. Like here, when people say it when they come in a stream, like, why aren't you doing anything? You haven't deleted anything in a while, even though I have, just because like you can barely tell. This is going a little faster than I thought it would. Yeah. Deleting of this stuff. To be fair, I did spend about a half hour deleting that first portion whilst also doing other stuff. Like, I spent probably 10 minutes explaining other stuff and looking at other circuits, and like 5 minutes finding out this other stuff that I would need to finish up this build. So I wish there were like a way to actually enjoy something while I do this. Like, I could turn on a movie or something, but then I wouldn't be talking. It'd be kind of a boring stream. It'd be nice if there was someone here to talk to, or I don't know, something or other. I mean, I am listening to music, but can't really, I don't know, music alone isn't enough to like enjoy this part of it. I mean, I was listening to Linkin Park when I was doing that stuff, and I could kind of jam out. But that also wasn't when I was streaming all of my work on this build. I was mostly just recording it. Now since I'm streaming it, which is also for a recording, because YouTube saves it on their servers, so I can just download the stream whenever. It's convenient that I'm no longer doing what I used to do, where there'd be special content on the stream. Like, there was the screen filter, not screen filter, but there were changes to the screen. Now it's basically just raw footage. I'm sure that one day I'll figure out stream elements and like actually have something good to work with, but for now. Gotta be back to work on this. Gotta be working hard. Hey there, Demas, or Dimas. I'm gonna go with Demas and think that's correct. How are you doing today? This is the original Lumber Tycoon 2. This is the real Lumber Tycoon. You know, all the blueprints exist. I've got the Maniacs, Wood R Us, and the Land Shop are normal. There's nothing special going on. Bridges, you know, up. Wood R Us genuinely has nothing special in it. It's just Wood R Us. This is just the normal game. I don't have any newer items, I don't think, so I can't really show those to show that it's a newer. I mean, actually, there's the version. It's 25.14, so that helps, I suppose. That's the version. Can you join? I don't usually let people join the game, because, well, there are three reasons. I'm terribly worried about exploiters flinging my trucks, exploiters stealing my builds, and also like it doesn't really mean anything to join because there's nothing you can really do with the build right now. All you can do is just look at it, which you can already do from the stream. You can't press any of the buttons and have anything happen really. I mean, like, you can, but it's not a whole lot. It's just not really done yet, and it's super duper laggy. So you can't load your base, you can't play the game. I mean, this is a data size 18 build, right? So you try to hang out, you're not gonna have a good time no matter what. So okay, the loading menu is taking its sweet time to open. Yeah, see, data size 18. It's a bit large. There's not much of a reason to join at all. I mean, even if you were just trying to get into a VIP server, I mean, it'd be like a horrible VIP server to be in. Trying to have a trade in here would be horrifying. I mean, like, this signature right here, which, I mean, it does look like a lot, but this would normally be like between 1 and 5 minutes. This took 45. took 45 minutes to do that signature. So that's just like a representation of how bad the lag is. So I mean, it takes like 10 to 15 minutes to load this build. Deleting anything takes between 5 and 10 seconds, so it's not a fun time. I mean, I don't mind, right? It's my project, but I know that it's not super user friendly for everyone else. I wasn't trying to accuse you or anything. I'm just wary of new people. Well, rather, people I haven't like met much before, because it's always possible for there to be an exploiter. The bigger issue really is just like there's not a reason to be in here. So first time I'm doing. It is unfortunate that you got banned. That sucks. I've been lucky enough not to really get banned on any games. Like in Lumber Tycoon, you know, considering the lag machines, really, if that's what you consider this, because it's not supposed to cause lag, it just does. But when do I play Lumber Tycoon? Well, I mean, I play it for a few hours every week usually, but that time is usually spent doing something like this. I never really cut down trees or anything, so usually it's just super laggy to be around me. I'm planning on doing streams where I let people test my build at some point, but you know, currently this build is not finished. Some of my other builds are finished, but oh, you know, speaking of, I should probably message Pulsat at some point. I was gonna make a project with him. Pulsat was gonna help me I was going to make a Rubik's Cube, and then he was going to do something pretty cool with that. Can't say exactly what, but it was going to be rad. Should probably get to that at some point, because that was like a project that we considered like a year ago. Just a little while. I've actually got, I've got the entire plan for the Rubik's Cube done, so that'll just be happening whenever I get to it. Well, you know, nowadays, the easiest way to get money in this game is going to be waiting for a holiday, which the soonest one is in 3 months. In October, there'll be the Halloween update, and then if you buy items from the stores, then, like, if you stock up money until then, and then you sell all of those items a few months after, you'll be able to make a ton of money. Even if you sell those items during the event, usually you can make a ton of money. But if you sell event items, you make a lot. If you cut 1 by 1 wood and then you sell that, especially phantom wood, you can make a lot of money. But it does require some level of like your own input. You need to store up some money before you do any of that stuff. But duping has been a major thing for this game, so everything is really duped, including money, which means that you can get money very easily as long as you do some work. And then items are actually way cheaper than they would have been without duping, so duping is like kind of a net positive for the game. Not that anyone should be duping. I've got a moral detachment from the agreement to that, but it's items are pricey, but they are much cheaper if you know how to get money the good way. So I wouldn't say it's like the entire foundation of the game, but it's the only... No. Most people don't dupe, actually. You're generally not supposed to. I mean, like, I don't. Any of the major YouTubers don't, really. Not to say I'm major. But most people don't dupe. Most people are actually against duping, kind of blindly. I would suggest not duping as like a kind of communal thing, and also because it's not really that meaningful to at this point, and it's weird to discuss it. But yes, the backbone of the entire game's economy is duping, so it's considered bad to dupe. But if you don't dupe, then you're like good-ish. But I mean, like, everything is duped nowadays. All the money, all the items are duped, and everything is cheaper now because of duping. So I mean, really, do as you please, right? I can't tell you what to do, but there would be no game really and no economy if not for duping. I mean, as much as I don't dupe, I know for a fact that a lot of the items that I have are probably duped. A lot of the money I have is probably duped. It's just kind of the way of the world at this point. No way to get around it. If you join any of the major discords, they'll usually not let you trade if you dupe. Like if you join Aptyn's Discord, Aptyn won't let you trade if you dupe. They used to actually just outright ban you from the server, that is the Discord server, not the game. The LT2 Fan Group Discord server, they will market ban you. They'll prevent you from trading in their server if you dupe. And the same thing for the Lumber Tycoon 2 wiki. So you will get trade banned. You won't be allowed to trade if you dupe. But no one's really been banned from the game for it in a very, very long time. When duping glitches were first discovered, Defaultio used to ban people personally for it. And if you do it in a public server, then people are still banned for it. But there's nothing preventing you from doing it. You won't get banned in the game unless you dupe kind of stupidly. You just can't have, like, if you're ever going to dupe, you have to have a few blueprints on your plot, because otherwise the game will think that you have too much item value with too little structures, and it'll ban you automatically. But it's more or less only if you're really duping eyes, so you'll usually be fine. Really the only big issue that you'll have is that you'll be like shunned from the major Discord servers, which if you aren't on Discord then doesn't really matter anyway. So a lot of people that aren't going to be in the Discord servers, I mean, they don't really have access to trading, right? But they generally will just get some money, and then they will just dupe everything that they get after that, so that they don't have to buy anything from anyone anymore. Which, I mean, like, what else can you really do at that point, right? Like, especially if you aren't able to have Discord, like, in your country, or if you're too young for Discord or whatever. I mean, there's nothing you can really do outside of duping, so I wouldn't consider you evil for doing so, because you kind of have to. So I don't know, I have uncommon moral standpoints on it, so you ask someone else, they'll probably give you a different answer, but I think that I'm right, which is usually the goal of saying anything, saying it because you know, or at least you think that you're right, so. You know, no surprise here, but my favorite game that I've ever played on Roblox is Lumber Tycoon. I feel like that one could be guessed, but it is true. Favorite game on Roblox is Lumber Tycoon. There are a few contenders. Roast Citizens is something that I really enjoyed when I used to play it. What else? Bloxburg was alright. Build a Boat for Treasure was pretty good. I only really built boats, though. I could probably build cooler stuff nowadays. Let's see. What else did I enjoy? That might actually be it. I was a huge fan of sandbox games. Oh, you know, actually, an up-and-coming game right now, one that is releasing in the next few months here, Farming Adventures 2. It's like Lumber Tycoon 2-ish. I don't know, I think that it just has a lot of mechanics that are better. So, I'll still play LT2 regardless, I'm sure, but Farming Adventures 2 gives you a lot more opportunities, which is pretty rad. Do I play outside of Roblox? Usually, actually. Most of the games that I play are not Roblox games, because on Roblox I only really play Lumber Tycoon at this point. I don't really play anything else anymore. But I do play some other games. I play Minecraft very rarely. I'll probably be playing it more once I finish this project and once my college starts to slow down a little bit. I've been... well, actually, I take my final exam for Calculus 2 in 2 weeks. Minecraft is fun. I'm a fan of Minecraft. It just really depends on how I'm feeling sometimes, because sometimes I play it too much in a short period of time. And I'm also not a great builder. I have, I wouldn't call it a condition, but I have an issue really called aphantasia, where I can't see anything in my head. It's like if I see a picture, of a house, I will not be able to remember what that house looks like unless I really inspected it and got an idea for all of the rules of that house. When I think, I can only think in words, so I don't see pictures, I don't see colors, I don't hear sounds. So it's very, very difficult for me to make anything artistically. So I don't draw, I don't even like color anything, and I don't really build or any of that stuff, hence why I do a lot of logic, because this doesn't require me to see in my mind. But I do play other games outside of Roblox other than just Minecraft. What about dreams? My case of aphantasia is a little bit different from some people's. I do have dreams, so when I am dreaming, I do see images, I do hear sounds, although when I'm dreaming, I will be able to, as soon as I wake up, really, I'll have a short period of time, as long as my eyes are still closed, where I'll be able to see those images. I won't be able to hear any sounds, and when I fully wake up, I will not be able to remember those images or those sounds. It'll really just be a memory of like the situation that happened inside the dream. I won't be able to remember any like real parts of the dream. So dreams do exist for me. They're quite rare, actually. They happen about once a month. And I don't really remember a whole lot. I can't. I actually had a discussion about aphantasia with one of my classmates yesterday. And he was trying to explain to me that I should be able to see a cube in my head, and he was wrong. I can't see a cube in my head. So it's always interesting with aphantasia, talking to people that don't have aphantasia, when they try to tell you what you should be able to see. So if anyone asks you about your dreams, what do I say? I mean, I still remember the situation, right? Like, if I had a dream about, like, Superman, I'd still know that Superman was in my dream. I just wouldn't remember how Superman looks. And, I mean, I can't ever remember how Superman looks. At least not, like, consciously. Because obviously my subconscious remembers, right? Because how else could they make Superman? How could my mind make Superman if it doesn't remember Superman? So Superman, you know, exists for me subconsciously. I remember what he looks like, but I can't visualize him on my own. It's just something my subconscious can do. So I remember the situation, right? If Superman saved a cat from a tree, I'd be able to say, oh, in my dream Superman saved a cat from a tree, but I wouldn't know what that looked like. I remember everything is more of like a series of rules than a collection of images. So I can still hold memories. Yes, my memory is actually pretty good. Like if it comes to math especially, I'm pretty good with memory. I can remember numbers. Well, memories, I can't see the memories still. I'm not ever able to visualize except for just after waking up after a dream or when I'm dreaming. So those memories, I will only remember them by, you know, what happened in them. I won't be able to remember the images of what happened. I'll just remember, like, imagine like a movie script. So when you're watching a movie, you know, there's the image to go along with it. Or I guess, like, imagine a book. A book does not give you any images, but it does describe events. My memories are like a book. It's just like a written idea of what happened. It's not any pictures or any visualization of what happened. So, but back to the other thing. With math, I have good memory. I'm able to remember numbers and stuff. I just can't remember images. But I can, in some way, remember what things look like just by a set of rules to describe what they look like. So, a cube, for example, or even a square, really. I know that a right angle is where two straight lines intersect, like exactly, with no angle in between them, really. It's like weird to describe how I think of it, but I know that that's what a right angle is, and then I know that all of the sides of a square have to be equal, and so those two things make up that shape. I'm able to create that shape just knowing that. I am a teenager. Yeah, so I am in college, ish. So I'm 16. I go to high school, but I'm dual enrolled, which means that I go to college as well. So I'll be a senior next year, but it will be my third and fourth college semesters. I'll be full-time at college, which means I won't even have to show up to my high school. I can just go straight to college. But so I'll basically just be a college student. But yes, I'm a teenager. Yes, I'm in high school. Yes, I'm also in college. I go to a community college currently, so I'll probably try and shoot a little higher than that when I actually go off to a university. Probably gonna not try to go to community college. I mean, I've got the scores and all to go to a higher level school, so that's the goal. I'm hoping to major in math, so gotta go somewhere good for that. I forget sometimes that elementary school is considered different in some places. I know that when I was in elementary school was considered to be first grade through fifth grade, or kindergarten through fifth grade. And then middle school is 6 through 8, and high school is 9 through 12. So some of them go to boarding school. That is unfortunate. I swapped schools a lot, so I have had some friends that I will never see again, and I've had some friends that swap schools. But the nice thing is that, well, the sad thing, or the nice thing, depending on who you ask, is that memories fade with time. and you'll always meet people that will be just as, if not more important to you than the people that you had before. But it is nonetheless sad to lose out on people that you cared about. So I've had a lot of friends, well, not a lot, but I've had a few friends throughout the years, and a lot of them kind of just disappear. I've known some people when I was in elementary school who I never talked to ever again after I swapped schools, and then when I was going into middle school, lots of my friends kind of disappeared there. When I graduated from middle school, I didn't really leave with any friends from there. Can I give a few tips for you? So in general for high school, your freshman year, I would suggest to try and find people to be friends with, because freshman year is usually when you don't have a lot of opportunities to do anything super crazy academically, and also when people usually meet their best friends. So in the first few weeks especially, you should totally try and make some new friends, meet people that are similar to you and have similar interests. And then you should also try and be friendly with your teachers, and if you have any opportunities to do anything academically excellent, like if you have AP courses or anything like that, I would suggest to try and do that if you could at the start of your freshman year. If you can't at the start of your freshman year, then it's okay to just wait until your sophomore year. But AP courses, dual enrollment, IB courses, any sort of that stuff, I would try to prioritize that over normal classes, but not over being happy. So as far as it goes, the difference between going to an Ivy League college and a lower level college, it's really not all that much for most majors. I mean, a lot of the time actually, even for engineering majors, there's a university near me that's actually very, very good for engineering. Not for graduate school, but it's good for engineering. And it's actually possibly better than some Ivy League schools. So a lot of the time there are options, and the goal should always be to be happy. So well, yeah, okay, Neptune, don't focus on women. Obviously it's not the point of life. Okay, well, that's not true, Neptune. Women aren't just gonna ruin your life. That's a bad perspective. Focusing on women is stupid, because then you have a single-faceted personality that's built around people that might not care about you. So I would suggest just, letting life go as it goes with the whole, dating thing or anything like that. Just, meet people that you like. I prioritize being a friend first. But if you're going... if you're going to take any advanced placement courses or anything like that, always prioritize enjoyment over grinding out academics. So if you have a party to go to or something, or if you have a friend's birthday or whatever, don't miss it just because you have something small going on academically. If you have community service hours to get in or something, usually you'll be much more benefited by being happy in your high school than always having perfect grades, which seems kind of counterproductive, but as long as you aren't failing any classes, and as long as you have B's, really, you'll be fine. Admittedly, I have focused a lot on academics, mostly because I don't really have a lot of friends. But I'm happy to do schoolwork, so it's a little bit different. But if you aren't happy to grind out schoolwork, then B's are okay. You'll be able to get into most good schools. Just try to focus on things that you enjoy and that will make you happy. I mean, colleges, they'll mostly care about, like, they mostly care about English and math classes and anything related to your major. So, if you're going into, like, a math major, obviously you need math classes, but try, if you have any semblance of an idea of what you're going to do in the future, try to get into advanced courses for that. But if you're not, then it's okay as well. You can figure it out after you graduate, that is. Just again, try to be happy in high school. So meet new people, try new things. Only really like focus on doing well in class, but don't put your entire life on a class that you don't enjoy at all. I kind of had to this year with my English class. Oh my goodness, terrible class, not a fan at all. When it comes to the woman thing though, since that's kind of what we're on, I guess, it can be uncomfortable to talk to women, but just don't think of them as, just think of them as people, right? I mean, there's really no difference between a woman and a man, except for, like, organically, I guess, like, biologically. So, the admitted difference is not, I mean, again, just try to make friends with new people. It always matters more to become a friend with someone than to become, you know, a girlfriend or boyfriend with them. So, again, I would suggest that you just try to make friends first, and if eventually you don't... Okay, well, that was terrible. Can't agree with that one, Neptune. Do not treat women any differently than you treat men, except for in dating. If you only like women, that's okay. You don't have to like men. But they are not any different except for biologically. Do not treat women as lesser than men or men as lesser than women. Nobody really serves anyone unless you would like to do, like, really well by someone else, but do not, you know, like, be there consistently for someone that does not matter, like, does not care about you. When it comes to women, again, just try to be friends first. Dating someone does not matter in high school. It really doesn't matter ever. You should never be seeking out dating someone. But if you really, really care about, like, the difference between man and woman, and you have a struggle with talking to women because they are different in a way, just try to, like, get out of your shell. I mean, usually you're not gonna have a problem talking to any women, especially, like, most women out there, because they aren't gonna be like, oh my god, I have a boyfriend. Most women aren't like that, sorry, on the girlfriend topic, but most women are not like that. You'll be fine. So, just try to talk to new people, and if a girl does not want to talk to you or does not care about a friendship with you, do not prioritize her. Just the same thing as if it's a man. If a man does not care about your friendship or does not want to speak to you, just give up. Those people do not change, right? Do not change yourself for anyone else, actually. Do not be fake, one might say. Also, I don't stream every single day. I might start streaming pretty often. So, currently I probably won't be streaming on Mondays or Wednesdays. When it comes to other days, I might not stream on Fridays or Saturdays. I'll probably be streaming on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays, though, because those are my, like, major free days. Also, last name thing. I don't know exactly what you mean by that. Not everyone likes their last name. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of my direct family, but if you have like if you like your last name, then just like your last name, I guess. But be yourself, of course, is a true thing. Nobody should change you. And also, if you're a weirdo, I would expect that your goal is always going to be better than you were the day prior. So I say always pursue self-improvement. But if, you know, you ever want to take a break from just trying to be better than you were, that's always alright. And I'm assuming that means that you want to sleep right now. So if you are going to go to sleep right now, then I hope that you sleep well. It's still super early for me. It's 11:30 a.m. See you, Demas. Or Dimas. It's hard to tell. Just gonna keep saying Demas. Sub. See, maybe I should tell people to subscribe more. I'm not a huge fan of the like advertising during streams and videos thing. I don't know, it feels just kind of unnatural. I like having genuine conversations. Also, Neptune, I'm not sure about getting on a VC because when it comes to streaming, you kind of need to have like both perspectives. So I would have to make it to where everyone can hear you as well. And, you know, after what has happened with some other people that I've let have permission to speak during my streams, I'm not awfully sure that I trust anyone to speak on stream currently. You know, we're actually pretty near done with deleting stuff right now, which is pretty rad. We just have to delete some of the stuff over here, and then we're actually done, which is awesome. And we actually have to, we need to finish this, obviously, but there's not a whole lot left. Gomi, do you genuinely just plan to continue the internet project? Well, I put in around 2 hours of work today. Well, I'll have put in 2 hours or so of work today. There's only around 15 to 20 hours left of the entire project after I'm done today. So, I mean, it's not going to be long until the project is done, right? I mean, there's no problem with continuing it. Fan group competitions don't let you submit anything unless it has been within, unless it was made within the competition like time frame. What is it even supposed to do? It's supposed to, it's a notepad. I've said this before. It's a notepad, and also it accepts input from other plots. That's the whole internet thing behind it. Can you search up fan group on it? I'd suggest you not type in fan group because I don't want to advertise them. But I am going to continue with this. I was told by a good friend of mine that he will only give me his portraits if I finish this project. So there's a goal here, and also this project was created because Smashed suggested me to do something with something that he discovered, the whole internet idea, and so it would only be right for me to finish up this project. something I am actually considering a bit. I'm considering using the internet idea, I guess, to do some other cool projects. Like, if I were to make Doom, I'm not too sure if Doom would fit on one plot, so I would consider offloading some of the like programs in it to a different plot, so I can have more than data size 20. Hopefully it wouldn't be like that though, because another data size 20 build would be the death of me. 100 hours. But this project will be finished. With any luck, it will be finished within the next few weeks. If I were to play it at the same rate that I played Far Cry 4 recently, it would be done this week. I mean, currently I've been working on it for an hour and a half, so it's not terribly, like, unreasonable to assume that I will be able to finish it within, like, a decent amount of time. I mean, like, if I play 2 hours a day, then it's going to average out to around 10 days that I'll have to play. So it'll be about a week, a little more. But obviously I'm not playing on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, or Saturdays usually, so it would be up in the air. I mean, I still might. I don't think Mondays or Wednesdays I'll stream, but Fridays and Saturdays maybe. But the next few projects that I have planned, and so you contributed. Well, I have let nobody contribute to like any of my logic builds before. The most that they've done is give me an idea or give me a circuit that I could work with. So when it really comes down to it, I don't let people contribute. But like a lot of people have put wires on this base, so I mean, like, I have signed it a few times. Right there, right there. There used to be an older signature as well before I did the Go stuff. I mean, this does show the evolution of my signature, right? So this is, I used to just sign Gomi, and then I decided to put some, you know, Easter eggs in it. So there was Gomi with the NOT gate, the electricity, and the ghost, and then I put the ghost as the O. And then nowadays, actually, I make the G a little cooler. I make the G look like Pac-Man, because I was, at some point, planning to make Pac-Man. I might return to that. Speaking of it, I might return to Pac-Man. Otherwise, builds that I am intending to finish. This will be finished. I'm intending to finish my, tic-tac-toe that plays against you, where it's like a robot, basically. I'm intending to finish that up. It shouldn't take too long. I think that I've called it automatic tic-tac-toe. I'm not awfully sure. And I'm intending to make a Rubik's Cube, which should actually be one of the products that I make shortly after the internet product. I'll probably, let me see actually, what all do I have still to make? I'm gonna look at what builds I have as a work in progress. I have these saved somewhere. I believe it's only this in the automatic. Yeah, it's only this in the automatic tic-tac-toe. The calculator, never finishing that. But the automatic tic-tac-toe. Yeah, so the automatic tic-tac-toe actually is pretty far along. I don't remember it being that far along. It's pretty crazy, dude. Forgot about that. I actually have finished most of that I've done most of it. There's just a little left. Okay. Well, I might as well... I'll have to get back to that at some point. It shouldn't be that bad. But I'll be making a Rubik's Cube. I'll have to talk to Pulsat about that when I start making it, because Pulsat wanted to work with me on it in a way that I can't tell. I can't say anything about that. I'll probably try to make some version of battleships at some point, just because that was one of the first projects that I had planned. It's possible I'll try to do a calculator again at some point, just because I want to make sure that I have like all of my old projects finished up and recreated. I mean, like, my vending machine, right, that wasn't great, but I was intending to recreate it once, but I actually didn't do it that time, and I did recreate it eventually. I made the calculating vending machine, which is not only better, but also works in a similar-ish manner. So I made something actually like preferable. And let's see, what other like my starting projects? Tic-tac-toe, I mean, obviously I'm remaking that. Rock, paper, scissors, I could make a little better, I think. I'm not sure if it would be great. Let's see, what else is there? There's Screen Game, which I think I made just about as good as I can, or Screen Swap, whatever you want to call it. Flappy Bird, there's no way I redo that. I could make it better, but dude, I don't want to. The first like actual build I made, that there's no way I do anything with that. Adventure, I'll probably work on it again this Halloween to get rid of some bugs and maybe make some randomized components, because I have the randomizer now. Not awfully sure on that. And then the adjustable open sign was very, very new, and I probably won't do anything with that. Well, I probably won't change that at all. I mean, it's just about perfect, I think. Let's see, what else do I have? I have build ideas written down. I have all the bugs as well, but I've got build ideas. I have my tiny builds, the small ones, the experimental wood sorter, and the door. The door, I didn't even need that. And the experimental wood sorter, I could try to do something with that. I don't necessarily care to. Let's see. Yeah, so I have a ton of projects written down, actually. I have 2048 designed somewhere. I actually believe that I have that and not that crazy of a place, so I could do 2048. I could try and do chess, but chess would suck. Chess would be absolutely insane. It wouldn't be a great time at all, because like I'd have to make so many different like rules that you could use, like castling and all that sort of stuff. So there'd have to be a lot of detections there. But I could do that. I mean, it wouldn't be that bad, right? It'd be okay. The Simon game I was intending to do at some point, which actually, now that I have a randomizer, would not be that bad. I mean, it'd be kind of bad. Well, not really, actually. I could make that work. A path-changing maze was something I was considering as well, which would just be, well, the Simon game would basically just be it'd basically just be the automatic, or it'd be the adjustable open sign all over again. So I don't know if I'd want to do that, but the path-changing maze wouldn't be too bad, since I can just use the randomizer for that as well. And then, most secure vault I could do as well. That'd be kind of cool. Simple platformer, I'm not too sure I want to do a platformer. I could do something kind of like Mario, maybe. Doom is like for sure I want to do that, but I haven't designed it at all. I haven't even looked into what Doom would be like. Rubik's Cube is for sure happening, and I actually have to update that to be fully designed in the list. Vending machine, already redid that actually, so there's no reason to have it on the list. Battleship, I'm hoping to make at some point. Blackjack and roulette, those are being considered. But they're gambling, which Roblox wouldn't like. and also it's a little bit hard, even with the randomizer that I made, to set everything up. So a bowling alley would not be terrible, unless I tried to make it fully automatic, which I probably would, and then it'd be terrible. So I'm not even sure if that's possible, and I'd also have to work with physics stuff, and everyone knows how much I hate physics. A roller coaster I could try and do as well. That's an old project. Go-karting, I could try to do something like that. I've considered it before, but I'm not awfully sure of how, like, logic I could do, how much I could make it. A racetrack with fun trucks. I do have a very fun type of truck that I have discovered-ish. So I want to do something with that at some point. Calculator is still worth considering, a computer is worth considering, but honestly I feel like it's just like trying to beat M23 at that point, and something that, you know, I'm just gonna like do his computer but better. I don't know if I really need to show that I can do that. Snake, I would consider doing Snake. There's also Slither.io, which I could consider doing. Meteors from Atari, it says Altair. I'm an Atari. Meteors I would consider doing. Animation I would also consider doing. I could make animation. Plus, since I recently figured out, not recently or really figured out, but since I recently set up how I would want to do multicolored wires, I could make a colored animation. And then, let's see. There's that game that I was considering making. That'd be pretty cool, actually. A game where you have to design circuits. Be pretty rad. Perfect for us timing game. I would consider doing that. Truth table game. That'd be pretty cool. At least for someone like me, I don't think most people would like that very much. I like finding truth tables, most people don't. And it also could get like really, really complex if I were to do more complex circuits. This truck is just gonna keep eating me, bro. Repair a partial logic circuit. Could do that, but I just, again, I feel like logic games are where people like lose interest. Pong, I could do that. Pong is just like kind of difficult though. To conceptualize doing something with, because you have to make a super giant screen for it to be like good. Breakout I could do. That'd be the same issue as Pong, though I'd be better off just making a physics system and then putting both of them with that physics system. Space Invaders I'd consider doing. Pac-Man I still want to consider. Minesweeper I would think about, but because of randomization not really working like that, it'd be a bit weird. And then I'd also have to check where there aren't bombs and check around them, and that'd be super weird, and then sometimes it'd be impossible to solve, which is okay. Okay. Bye, Neptune. Have fun. I'm gonna keep talking to myself. Perhaps. 2D display that changes perspective with player movement could be pretty cool. That'd be like the first step to creating Lumber Tycoon in Lumber Tycoon. Connect 4, I would consider. Interchangeable games computer, cross-plot and single-plot, that is something that I'm very interested in making. Something where you can play, like, something where you could play, like, tic-tac-toe and rock, paper, scissors on the same plot. But I probably, like, that's kind of the same thing as the old plot that I did with 4 builds on it. So I'd probably only do smaller builds. And there's also the idea of using the internet for that. So I could use the internet for that. A bowling alley, I don't know why I have that on there twice. Pokemon battles I would also consider. I've considered that before. It'd be pretty darn cool. But it's kind of like a copy of what Fire did. Signature logger. That was something evil that I thought of. Logging people's signatures for later use. That was genuine evil, actually. I'm which I'm still not super sure, because I could do that kind of, right? I just have to get lasers. Yeah, you know, actually, that wouldn't be too bad. I'd still consider doing that. Signal strength emulator, where I would like wire multiple wires with one wire to give it like a signal strength, like in Minecraft, which would just be for funsies at that point, really. Like I could make a build where there's like a generator, and depending on how strong the generator, like how much, you know, actually that'd be pretty darn cool. Where there's like solar panels, and every day you have to open the solar panels, and for however long they're open in the day, you generate power, and then at night, depending on your signal strength, depending on how much power you have, really some of the lights turn on and off. That'd be pretty rad, actually. A platformer, it's already on there. I don't know why I have that there twice. A QR code generator I thought of, but I feel like it'd be kind of evil. Frogger, I've thought of. I think the Frogger could be pretty funny. A single tick timer with display. Single tick timer with display. Oh, that is true. Something that counts every single tick. Yeah, so I was considering doing that, but that would be crazy. It would like maybe work. I have to go for a moment. I'm gonna go and eat lunch quickly. I shouldn't be very, very long. Should be like 10 minutes or so, so I'll be back soonish. We'll be resuming soon. We're back. Lunch break took a little longer than I thought it would. It's alright though. No one's gonna sue me for 15 or 20 minutes. It's whatever. We just have to get back to work. Which will only happen if this truck stops trying to have me in it at all times. So the convenient thing here is that these two wires, I just have to delete them until they follow all the way back, and then we're all set, dude. Like, so there should be a third wire as well, I think. Also, unreal that this is, like, actually a problem. Where is the third wire? Okay, we've got two. And there's some other guy that should be... Oh my goodness, this truck is going to, like, genuinely aggravate me. I was struggling with it right before I left to go eat lunch, too. That is not connected to anything, so it's okay to delete. See if I can't just get into another truck instead of having to deal with that one. I mean, like, it's not better, but it might stop that from being an issue. Maybe sitting there will have fixed it. We'll see. So that's nothing. Just I'm worried now. It seems like we've got an awful lot of these, you know, off. For sure, that's why we deleted something important somewhere along the way. Okay, darn. Okay, and I think that's the full delete. Yeah, because it's not the individuals. So I need to find where the full delete wire is. Darn. Full delete is at the very, very bottom here. So it's this guy right here. Good thing I caught that, bro. I wouldn't want to have to deal with that later. And I'll fix that all the way up in a moment here. I just want to get these wires a little further back first. Okay, and that should actually be good for that. As soon as that's there, we should be fine. Okay. Now we've got that back connected. unfortunate that this wall is no longer really a wall now. There's like a little opening at the bottom of it. It used to be kind of cool looking. Okay, so these are the outputs from the deletions, which is cool. Pretty rad. Okay, and the bottom ones are the closest, so we're all good there. These all... No, these are not all connected to each other. Okay, I was a little bit worried at first. No, they just ran over each other, which is alright. Okay, I'm just gonna delete this guy, this guy, and also this guy, because there's evidently nothing connected to it. So that kind of tells me out that I need to know about these three. Really, I just need to focus on the first three of these guys, right? So, I mean, like, naturally here, this is, like, first of all, that, oh, dude, this is an old design for it. Whoa, no way. This is an old design. That's so sick, though, actually. Okay, you know, I'm gonna just delete the components first. So that's what I'm gonna do, and then I'll delete the wires connected to those, because they won't mean anything. Right, so what we're gonna do here, if I know for a fact this doesn't connect to one of these, this does connect to these two though, so we know that these two are worthless. We know that these three are gonna go because they're locks for that. So we actually delete all three of these, because once we get over to this edge, we're no longer locking anything. Pretty rad. Pretty cool that I could just figure that out. Man. This is back when I was a little less optimized in my logic, though. Like, I hadn't perfected the circuit quite yet, so now it's a lot better. But I can't really do anything to fix it for this, because that'd be, like, mentally crazy to do. It'd be, like, genuinely wrong. I don't know why I'm deleting these wires. I said I was just going to do components first, so we're just going to get back to components. We'll figure that out later. I think that we're going to leave these for right now, just because we need to focus on whatever's going into them. So we're going to focus on whatever's going into these guys as well. Which, first of all, is going to be this with no delay. Which I suppose means that also we can just go ahead and we can get rid of these three delays here, because they're all related to our first three. So we can get rid of these three. And then as soon as we're done with these three, I mean, it's not that bad to have to rewire the circuit. It's just like, it's worrisome. Because I'm not super duper comfortable with doing this, man. That's our first one down on the bottom. Two, and we're gonna be on our third. And then these are when we started to get into longer delays. So there's actually nothing even like to really do here, except we have to delete these as well. For the two that are now going to have lesser delay. This is also when the circuit was less optimized as well, to note. This is the more optimized variant where I did the deletion. So that's cool. I did more optimized when I was doing deletion, but not there. And it's kind of evident that I can just get rid of these three down here. Obviously it doesn't have anything for this first one, however. Actually, wait, no it does. Okay, see, it's right here instead. I think. Yeah, that appears to be what's going on. So I can just go ahead and get rid of the first three over here. And actually, we will be entirely done with the deletions, because we know, again, that it's like, this is an OR gate that checks whether the last one is off. Checks whether the last one is off. I think that this is the mechanism just to keep the last one off. I think that's what it's supposed to be. So it does. Okay, yeah. It checks whether. Okay, right. So that's true. It checks whether this guy is on and then turns the last one off. I think is the goal of this. Yeah. See, where else does this go? Oh yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah, so we can just go ahead and we can get rid of these first three here. Evidently, there is a little bit of a struggle in figuring out what in the world was going through my head when I was making this stuff, because it's not as good as it would be now. It's okay. We're doing our job. It's pretty rad, actually, how I set this up to where I can just go back by 3, really. Because, like, I did check everything just to make sure I wouldn't be doing anything wrong, but I could have just deleted the first 3 rows of everything, and I would have been perfectly fine. Albeit, it leaves behind kind of a wire situation that I'll have to deal with in a moment here. This is not deleting, interestingly. I'm just gonna go ahead and do these. Alright. It's interesting. We delete the back one first, it ends up turning on the one ahead, which I suppose makes sense. But we're about to see that this next one here is going to turn on, and it's not going to turn off because we removed the delete prior system for these. It would turn off otherwise. And now we're gonna have to start getting down to the wire stuff, getting rid of these. I'm going to start with the output wires for these, because we don't really need them. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to, because this was going into there, so now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to grab this guy, and and he's just gonna go ahead and he's gonna grab from there, and that's gonna be all good. I can move this. Oh, you know what? I'll have to delete these guys as well. That's fine, though. Obviously, these guys have no input whatsoever. I mean, really, the output goes there, so I can just delete these three knowing that there's no issue with doing so. I think that... Yeah, no, okay, never mind. Yeah, that would have been fine. That was true. Okay. Sorry, I have to talk to myself in my head just to make sure that everything's going well. 2.5 hours streaming, more like 2, but I did briefly leave for a minute, so. Let's see. I have 194 subscribers now. No way. I need to make sure that I post videos more often, because like I posted that recent this circuit took 10 years to make video with no context on the 10-year thing, and I got like 400 views on that video alone. Like, that's crazy, dude. Now in the last week I've only gotten 150 or so views, and the watch hours have gone down. I mean, I do have 109 watch hours in the recent time, so that's pretty nice. And I'm 19% of the subscribers to monetization. I just need to get more of everything else. Just lacking all the other stuff. It's okay. I'm getting more subscribers, which is okay. That's pretty dope. There are 200 people that care about what I do. That's so rad. What am I trying to achieve? Well, nothing in particular. With this, there aren't a lot of things to achieve anymore. At least in the community, like not community recognition or anything. But this is going to be a notepad. So there's a keyboard over here. So you know, you choose a letter, and that gets stored. Well, that gets converted to binary, and then it gets converted back into hexadecimal, and then it is stored in memory. Well, it's converted into display, into the language for the display. Then it's stored for the display. Then there'll be a display here eventually. And then it'll display a 17 character long note, which is kind of short, but it's the longest I could make it without it corrupting the save file, actually. So, you know, there's some limitations. I'm also sure that I could have done some of these things like better, but you know, we are where we are, right? So it's okay. And yeah, so that's what I'm trying to do here. It's going to accept binary input from other people's plots, so I'm probably gonna have it rotated to where it'll face that plot, and then there'll be lasers that you can input, that you can have on your own plot, and then those will like shoot the lasers over to lasers on this plot that will then accept those signals and input the letter that you chose, or rather the character, since you can input space for this. I thought that space would be a pretty important character for you to be able to use, so I made that an option. But we've got all the letters, all 26, in QWERTY, so QWERTY, UIOP, ASDF, GHJKL, ZXCV, BNM, and then the spacebar is next to M, just because I didn't want to make another row. And there aren't any other symbols, just because it would have been completely unreasonable to add anything more. So, you can still make them though. Like if I wanted to make it display a semicolon, I could do that. If I wanted a colon, I could do that as well. If I wanted quotation marks, couldn't really do that, actually. Could like do an ish. Could do a hashtag. No money. Well, I guess I could try the money sign. That might work. Numbers would work. I could do numbers. The percentage sign wouldn't. The up arrow would. Can't do an. Maybe can do an ampersand. I'm not sure. Can do an asterisk, I think. Parentheses, kind of. And then space is already an underscore, and can do a dash. Can't do equals. Can do a plus. So it can do a whole lot of the symbols. It just doesn't have them as an input option, so you would have to manually edit the memory to put that in there, which wouldn't be too hard. I mean, I could totally put something in memory right now, even. It'd take a while. It'd take like a minute. But technically speaking, I could tell it that something should be displayed, and it will display it once the display is made, but the display is supposed to take like... Not supposed to, but it's probably going to take a few hours to make. So far I've spent 3 hours just deleting stuff that no longer matters to the build, so... And that's just like today. In total, it's been a whole lot more than 3 hours deleting stuff. I was very ambitious with this project, and it was for sure a bit too ambitious. So we're having to correct for my overzealous expectations. In terms of like achieving stuff communally, pretty happy with where I'm at. I've gotten the highest recognitions in all of the major LT2 discords for doing this sort of stuff. Got a lot of people that think I'm pretty good at this stuff. Pretty happy with the achievements that I've gotten communally. I just like doing this stuff, man. I'm just a huge fan. So logic is fun. I do it just because I can. I mean, anyone can, really. It's not super restricted, but I've been doing it for a while. I've gotten I've gotten pretty good at it. So people generally just, you know, look at me do it and they're like, wow, that's crazy. See, that's why. It's because there are extra wires on this. That's why I thought there were extra wires, because there are. It's not supposed to be there. Because that's defunct or whatever. We're nearly done with deleting stuff, actually. We're like basically there, which is awesome, dude. We are so close now. Well, so close to being done deleting is it. The rest of this stuff is gonna take a while. I was expecting to spend a few hours deleting stuff today, so we've gotten that part of this done. The few hours just deleting. Shortly, we'll reconnect the last of the wires that we need to for the circuit to still function, and then after that we will be all good. We'll have to finish up another one of these circuits, connect all the wires for that, and then after we do that, we'll actually have all of the wires connected for everything that we've currently got. And we'll just have to start working on the new systems. So we're very nearly to the point where we're no longer working on stuff that I've already made, which is pretty awesome. I'm pretty happy to be, you know, getting out of the woods with that stuff. So I've already made that stuff, right? I already been there, done that, right? So the final stretch of these deletions. Got, that's 5 plus 6, so that's 11 left. And then we're done. It's over. It's sad. Spent 3 hours doing this today, and most of the time that I've spent recently, well, most of the time that I've spent the past like year on this project has just been deleting stuff, mostly because I haven't done a lot of work on this project in the last year. But nonetheless, regardless, both of them made the exact same thing for whatever reason. Let's see. I have V set up. V has 12. He's got 4. He's got 3 and 2. Oh, that's so true. I do recall V being kind of stupid like that. Okay. Now, as soon as this wire is connected, alright, that's done. Awesome. still probably at data 18, but we'll be like low data 18, which is okay. Alright. This means that since we're now done with all of our deletions, we're in the final stretch here, the last 10 or so hours of the project. Today it's around 1 p.m. I'll have like 3 more hours in this stream at most. Yo, what's up, Spooky? How you doing, man? And so we're gonna get back to what I was wiring forever ago. And it's going to suck, but it's okay. See, like, what's even going on here, dude? Oh my goodness. You know, I wonder if I ever, like, went further up just so that I could get down low. This is insane, though. Like, how do I even get through this, dude? I'm doing pretty alright. We just finished with one of the last major parts of this build, so we finished up with the deletions. Took me around 3 hours today, and who knows how much time before. But we no longer have to delete anything. We're just in the last part of this build where we need to start doing some more of these like annoying wires, which actually won't be too terrible if I can figure out in this area, but I can't really. Oh, that's so sick though. That's true. I can do it like that, and then we're in here. And then I just need to be able to get out, ideally, which is very possible to not be possible. It'll be kind of annoying. So it'll suck, but that's okay. We are actually going to do columns then, just because it'll be more convenient that way. Somehow it'll be more convenient that way. At the very least, it means that I won't be spending 12 trillion years waiting for wires when I don't have to, because I will, in fact, have to. This shouldn't take too long. It'll take a while, but there's been worse waits in my life. The edges are the like okay part of this. Unfortunately, they're the okay part of this. I'd much rather there be like all of it was the okay part, dude. But you know, we live with it, I suppose. This isn't even the memory part, is it? This is just. Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, like, this is the memory part, but it's, telling storage what to do, I suppose. Which, I mean, is still terribly terribly important, I guess. It's telling it what letter is going in, which is it's fair to have to spend time doing that. But yarg, I'm not a fan. Nice though, I seem to have wired other things up with this in consideration. Except for when it gets to here, and I have to change the wiring I'm doing just a little bit so that it works. Darn it. That's so sad, dude. We're gonna need 3 wires for the worst of this. Darn. At the very least, we only need 2 wires for the other ones. But it still means that this is gonna be a lot of wires being put in, and so I'm gonna have to get worried about data size again. Worst comes to worst, we get rid of the 17th character, and that should free up some storage, but not like a lot. And there'd be even more wires to delete for that guy. Jeez, dude. Okay, this is the hard part of this, where I have to drag a wire up. Ooh. Oh, yeah, okay, so that's what this is. Alright, yeah, so this is where it's telling it at what time to turn on each letter. Okay, it's fine. I figured out what the exact function of this was eventually, am I right? But now I have to do this wiring, which I guess, you know, this won't take me too long. Was a lie. This will take me my entire life. This wiring is going to suck. It'll be better near the edges, I think, but it won't be ever great. It's gonna be better once I get past these first few, I think. All things considered, though, do I need to do this one by coming inside? I don't think that I do. Okay, that is the second one done. I mean, at that rate, it's not going to be so bad, but I'm pretty sure these are going to start taking longer and longer as we go. And it's also got the unending tedium, which is unfortunate. And also, this one I don't think that I can do from the outside because of the ones that we already did, which sucks. But it's also like it's okay. We'll live. As long as I can get out, I'll be okay, really. It appears to not be going great. It's pretty annoying. That's 3 out of the way. Multiply the amount of time that took by 9. It'll be the total amount of time that will take to do all of these, approximately. Which should be, hopefully, only around 2 hours. But also, some of these are like unreal, like super, super difficult. So, and once we start getting deeper and deeper into this, it's gonna start to get more inconvenient to ever start doing these wirings. So. 4 out of 27 done. That one took like 5 minutes. Jeepers, dude. 5 times 23 is 115, so that's around 2 more hours on this, dude. Jeez. Alright, see you, Spooky. It's good to speak to you. Gonna get the birch I need for the display soon. And I don't know, I'm kinda feeling like I might want to do the display instead of keeping on with this stuff. Not necessarily that I won't come back to this eventually, but I don't know if I have the will right now to keep going with it now. We're about to get this birch wood. So big thanks to P. Robert or Probert. Not sure which one that would be. We're gonna place this first one right here, just so that we see how the line will follow. And it won't look too bad, I don't think. Oh, you know what, actually, I recall saying prior that we're going to need this to be raised up a little bit. And that is true. We need probably 4 studs raised. The fella is experiencing the lag of the server. It's great. I'm not awfully sure if I'll be able to continue this all the way down the line. I don't think I will be, so we're gonna just bring it 1 back from there. Should be good. This guy's still loading. It's taking a minute. Unreal. In this, I feel like will be good. We might need to do black glitching on a few wires, but we'll be alright. P. Robert appears to be interested in what's going on. Oh, you know what? To save some pain for this guy, no more sit-in seats. No one can sit in seats. I wish that I could turn off my sit-in seats, dude. It's insane. Sit anywhere and can lag back over and over and over again. It's insane. This isn't so bad. Are we serious, bro? No. It's one off. Darn it. No. I have to move this again. This guy's still loading. It's taking its sweet time. Jeez. I need to be 2 out aligned. And then it'll start from this guy. It'll be able to go the entire length. And there will be no issues with this. Great. Do the Wordle real quick. No. Wordle in 5. Coulda went better. So everything's peaked to this guy. It's great. This guy is... I suppose that it's fair that it's taking a minute to be able to get things over. I think he got in the wrong truck. Yeah, it's not the birch truck. Now this guy's gonna be slingshotting back to that truck all day. Oh yeah, is he even fully loaded in? I don't think he's loaded. He isn't loaded in yet. Unless he doesn't have a sign, but nonetheless, like, he's at 20 money, so I imagine that he's not loaded in. That's unreal. Holy cow. Ooh. It's unclear whether that wood is still in the truck or not. Okay, it's traveling along with him. Some of it was. Did the truck lag? Okay, the truck did not really lag back. Is unreal. It's very funny how problems this is, but it's also not funny at the same time. Sending this fellow the million. $75, I think. I can't tell. I don't know how much money I had before exactly. I don't keep good track. gonna regenerate my link. Not because I don't like people around, just because I don't like people around. I'm just not a fan of having like an excess of people when I'm building. Well, when I'm logicking, I suppose. One could call it that. Now this part sucks as well, where I have to get this blueprint into the truck. I really should have thought about the truck thing. I mean, I guess, like, if I really wanted to, it's gonna be a situation where I get in the truck. It's actually interesting how quickly that fell out of the truck. I expected it to be a much more difficult process. Now also, I don't really need a brown truck. No one's even going to beg me for that, so people will beg me for my empty pink trucks, but brown truck won't happen. So we're all good on that front. And now we're just gonna put all of these 1x1 units, not all of them, but a good few at least, because we've got 27 of those, so it's 13, so I should need approximately 12 of these. The 20 was a little overkill, you know, just in case. Also, that guy counted out 28 pieces, which is kind of unreal. The dedication to service is amazing. I am now going to start putting these over here, though. Just a bit of a preference to see all these together. Makes it a little easier to work with and everything. Look at that. Floating wood right there. It's great. It's hard to tell if I've already placed one somewhere or not. That one is placed. It's pretty funny. So laggy I can blueprint glitch without having an alt present. It's hilarious, actually. The unfortunate thing, though, is that in any case where it matters to blueprint glitch, it's not going to work. Because I have to place the two things, like, basically in the same tick. I don't have to place them in the same tick, but I need to have them where I want them to be placed within the same tick. Which is like a 10-second period of time, which is crazy. That just shows how long everything takes with this build, but... Okay, let's see. How much more do I need now? I don't know if I want to do another large floor or if I just want to do something else. Okay, we're 4 off, so I'd honestly just be okay to do a smooth wall, yeah? I believe so. Yeah, so we're just gonna do a smooth wall here. I'm not too sure if I place that somewhere where it'll get wood. I know for a fact that I can't move anything. If I try and move an item with my grab tool, just everything dies. The entire server just blows up. It's a true story, by the way. Okay. That means that we're closest to having the display. We've got 4-ish studs. And then I want to have a 1 stud gap between each of them. So we're going to try to keep these within 4 studs. Which won't be too bad, I don't think. We'll probably just do like 3 studs there, half a stud off there. Ooh. We'll figure out the display when we get there. I may have to make these wider. In that case, I'd be very, very upset. But we'll see. We're also almost 4 hours into stream today. The great thing about games like Farming Adventures 2 is if you need a beacon wire, you don't have to walk back to a truck to get it. It's in your inventory, dude. I mean, Farming Adventures 2 doesn't quite have the wire yet, but I know for a fact that's how it's going to be. Man, this is unreal. And wires should not have a set length. You should have them in your inventory and have to pay per stud or something, dude. This is crazy. What I love about Farming Adventures 2 is that it's like a real sandbox game where money isn't too hard to get, and also you can like do stuff, dude. Because like the only thing that not having an inventory where all your items are, the only thing that does is make people not want to build, man. Unless it's blueprints, but blueprints, I mean, like we need a wood inventory, bro. Which I mean, Farming Adventures doesn't even have, but nonetheless. We just need more convenient things in sandbox games. I mean, like, Build a Boat for Treasure needs something convenient for, like, getting gold. I mean, it's crazy that, like, people play these games as sandbox games, but they're actually, like, against sandbox players. They either make you spend a ton of Robux or, like, grind it out. The only reason that LT2 is even, like, a real sandbox game is because there was so much duping. Like, that's why we're able to, like, enjoy the game. I mean, limited items would basically not exist without duping. No one would have any money for anything without duping. It's insane. The good thing about, like, Farming Adventures 2, though, is that, you know, money isn't something that you have to grind out all the time to get. There are other ways to get it, you can literally just set up a farming system and you'll never, well, it's not that you'll never have to grind for wood, but that money, it will be enough to supplement you as you're working on something instead of having to constantly go out and grab new stuff. And the map isn't terrible to traverse either, so you're actually able to, like, not only enjoy it when you're going to get wood because the game is fun, But you're also able to like actually go out and get that wood, man. Speaking of wood, I should probably play that game at some point to get the last of the limited wood before that disappears until, you know, forever later. Because it's past... the game will release past October. So... no, it won't release past October. But the Halloween update probably won't remain in effect just because of that. I don't know, we'll see. Alright, that puts us at 5 done, which is about a fifth of the way there. Probably took around a half hour for that alone. And we also got the birch that we needed. So, we're a fifth of the way done with the wiring for this stuff. So, we've got probably around 2 or 3 hours left for the wiring here, which if I check the estimate that I gave Harrison, the estimate was 2 hours for this, so it's still like okay-ish. The display shouldn't be too bad. I still think that it'll take less than 5 hours, but I still want to keep it like at a decent, you know, I don't trust this very much. I will have to bring wires over and wire up well, at least place the wires for the display at some point soon. I don't know, because I'm kind of losing motivation to keep going for right now, but I don't know what I would do otherwise, because I don't have a whole lot of things going on today. So, I'm not sure. This sucks. I'm kind of annoyed by having to do it still. I wish I would have done this when I was more happy to work on this project. I don't know, we're very near to done, and the closer we get to this edge, the better it is. I mean, as we're starting to get further away from the other edge, it kind of sucks, but it'll be more convenient. I mean, like once we get over here, we can try to jump through here for it, or we'll just be able to drag a wire in and go from here, and it'll be better. So once we're about halfway in, it'll start to get easier, but for this halfway, until we're at halfway, it's just going to get harder and harder. So the difficulty curve, it's actually a normal distribution. That's kind of funny. E to the negative x squared, where 1 would be the highest difficulty and the exact midpoint. Although you would idealize shifting it. Actually, z equals e to the negative x to the second. And y equals that, and I say extend it like that, then it's like that, which isn't great. Hi Kyle. How's it going, man? I just got set on a random tangent to create a 3D normal distribution. But if I look at the normal distribution graph anyways, it's the general form of this. Not necessarily that it's a perfect normal distribution, because it's probably different, but nonetheless. Oh, you know what? Bandos 2 changed, so I'm gonna go ahead and change it again. Okay. Got some good music playing. Back to work. I am doing Logic. Yeah, this is what I usually do. Streams are typically just Logic fests. It's okay. I like doing Logic, so this is great for me. What went on here? Why did I swap sides? That's odd. It's really whatever, but that's still just kind of interesting. Probably why I couldn't get out from that one. I would idealize a setting in this game where we could just set it to always day. I can't really do anything about it because I can't move my work lights. They're kind of set in place because if I move them, then my ping goes up to like actually it goes up to like 1,000,000, dude. My ping goes crazy whenever I grab anything. So I would not have a good time trying to move my work lights. that's the right one. And then we just got the one after that. It actually has to be wired up in a slightly special way at the very, very start, just so that it will actually work. Rad. We are at 6 done now, which is about a quarter of the way there. Hooray. When we have 7 done, or wait, yeah, we have 7 done, we'll actually be closer to a quarter. 8 done will be over a quarter. 9 done will be closer to a third. Actually, wait, 9 done will be exactly a third. Yeah, 9 done will be exactly a third. So we're near-ish to a third of the way there. And we're also 4 hours in the stream. Jeepers. We've been having like longer streams nowadays. Usually my streams were only like hour, 2 or 3. We recently had that over 5 hour long stream for the open sign that I made. I hope there was one that I hadn't finished wiring up yet. I guess I was wrong. We're at this point in here where it starts to be a bit of a problem again. It's more or less just where we started wiring things 2 letters once more. Hey! Sorry. Sneeze. Gesundheit. start this off by wiring that right there first. Then we can wire that. There is fine. Wire that right there. And then we use the last wire of this truck to get this one done. There we are. That's 7. We are nearly a quarter there. Actually, wait, no, we're past a quarter there. 7 is past a quarter. 8 is also past a quarter. That is true. Now we're going to move this truck and bring over one of those two. When we're doing our display, we'll probably start taking some of the wires from the floor and just living with it. Because it won't be too bad when we're doing the display anyway, but... just look at how many wires are on the floor. Oh my goodness. Rad, we finally got the truck to move. It's not really a full truck either. I'll live, it's okay. Oh, are we serious, dude? No, there's no way. Oh, wasn't that great, dude? Just the main cause of pain in my life. Jeez, dude. pretty sure I can't grab items from the ground, as we've seen now. So, unfortunately, we just wasted basically an entire truckload of wires, which that sucks. Major. Because that's out of saving bounds, even, I think. So. Now this truck doesn't want me in it. This is unreal. Well, I can't really do anything with just that, like, measly truckload of wires, so we're gonna drag another one over here. Hopefully. Hopefully we drag a truckload over here. With any luck. Really what I'm worried about is there being a load in the truck. Darn it. Sat in the passenger seat. Gonna drive closer to the plot for this one, because if I lose the wires, at least I want to keep them. Man. Alright, now that we've got a dead truck and a good truck, I'm actually gonna see if this snowmobile might be able to fix my plight. No, the snowmobile will not fix that. We need a snowplow. It's necessary. It would help for someone like me. Especially if it actually made items move. Like, that'd be rad. Okay. Thinking this is the 8th one. You know, actually, because this is closer, it's good right there. Now, if I open the tailgate of this, it's kind of helpful. It's gonna take a tick. There we are. Very nearly at 8. That is 8. We are just over a quarter there. Well, actually, we're a decent bit over a quarter there. And then, like, when we get to 10, we'll be just over a third. Get to 11, we'll be over a third still. 12 will be pretty darn close to a half. 13 will be basically a half. 14 will be over a half. And we'll just keep going. The milestones are harder to tell what's going on with them as time goes on. As you're doing more and more of these, I have to start doing like more fractions. I think I'll need to say like 2/3 instead. Well, I mean, if a third of this is that, then 18 is 2/3, right? So now it's not so hard. But the rest of them, like 2/7. A seventh is about 4, so 2/7 is 8. We're past 2/7 actually. But 8 was also approximately a third. So that's to say that 2/7, which is 1, 4, 2, 8, 5, 7. So 1, 4, 2. So it's 284. 284 is approximately 0.33, which isn't like true, but it's close enough. So, you know, this is another part where it's gonna suck, but that's a lighter me issue actually. That is the third, I think, for this one. 3rd of 5. Perhaps this is what I will have to do. convenient to do this from the top instead. That is why I started this wire from the wrong one. It's kind of insane, actually. Yeah, I did in fact mess up. I put on the wrong one again. It is absolutely insane. It's unreal, dude. Now we're good. Okay, we are done with 9 now. That means that we are a third of the way there. 4.5 hour stream. I feel like it'd be alright to end stream now and get back to work at some other time. So, thank you to anyone who has watched this stream, and I will hopefully see you all next time. And I guess, you know, if you aren't subscribed yet, you've got something to do. Anyways, have a good day, or I might be streaming